Good evening, everyone. Welcome on in. Luckily, I'm having some issues with getting the audio from my stream computer, so it wasn't that loud for me. Thinking maybe your computer's noisier than mine. How are we all? How has the working week finished up for us? How has Friday treated you? Do we have any plans for the weekend? Mine is just cleaning and getting ready for the return to work. My 2 weeks off seems to have flown by. Well, 2.5 really, but it's back to it. It was going to happen eventually, so once more under the breach. Back to the office and just, yeah. Yeah, hell, why not, right? $100 for an hour, maybe 2 hours of work. That's not too bad. As long as it's not too hot up there. Or wet. It's been really quite wet in Sydney. It's been raining all day. I don't know if it still is. Doesn't look like it, but yeah. Still $50 an hour. I wish I was earning that much. Yeah, it's been good. Today's been relatively quiet. I think I've definitely been, as the weeks progress, I've definitely been feeling the fact that it's coming up to the end of my vacation, my 2 weeks off. But it's been good. I had some homemade pizza for dinner. I finally got around to buying, those ice cream, I guess they're called cakes, the Viennettas, kind of semi-fancy ones where they've kind of,
Ooh.
yeah, like that. They've kind of drooled the ice cream on. I bought one of those today and had some of that. I hadn't had one probably since I was like 10. So a while ago now. Why is that frozen? Capture is coming through. Well, the capture isn't coming through, but it's working. I don't rightly know actually. I don't know how to quantify it. Where did we get? We had found Marshall, the head of security. We had found out that the Federal Bureau of Control had my brother, and I think we were going to go and find him. Just seeing if there's any settings in here that I've accidentally turned on or off. That would explain why they ain't showing up. Okay, so it's just staying frozen. It is nice. Did old mate end up ending the stream? That's not closing. This is very exciting. Trying to stream. Why don't you like Forza Horizon? Has he streamed since? To kind of figure out what went wrong? Alright, one more time and see if it works. I don't know why it wouldn't work. It worked fine with control. Okay, so it captures this part. Got the Playground Games logo, very important. But it's frozen on that. Thank you, Sergeant. Is it Forza Horizon 5 that it was given? First it was the monitor on my old computer, now it's this. What if I reboot OBS with it running? Okay, well, let's see how long that works for, shall we? A little bit of a workaround, but we got there eventually. By pressing A button. By the way, are you getting audio through for the old video game? You won't be getting any now because it's completely silent, but... Oh, and awesome, it's frozen again. Why are you freezing? Okay, well, we're not doing this then. Thanks, Anna. Huh. Very peculiar. Well, we'll have to restart the capture OBS again. Okay. Well, I guess we're going to be doing something else. Guess we'll have another look at control. Keep playing through that because that did work. If it doesn't work now, then well, then we've got a bigger problem, don't we? Okay, let us launch control and play that instead, I guess. DirectX 12, please. I guess I know what I'm doing tomorrow, trying to figure out why Forza Horizon isn't captured. mean, there's definitely worse games to have as a backup than Control, that's for sure. We're not talking about Peggle or something. Okay, let's continue the game. Okay, we're off to find our brother Dylan. Yeah, Forza Horizon was just not working for whatever reason.
She wants us to crack Darwin's personal logs?
But this is, so we're doing this for now. Hey, we want entertainment sector. Do I remember controlling Richcraft? Oh, yes. I remember that very much.
Containment sector. Panopticon. Altered items. Maximum security prison. Dangerous.
Okay. Apparently we're in the danger zone. They fly now, which is awesome. And a Star Wars reference, which is super cool. Oh, gracious, what was that? Where did that come from? Probably that guy, right? Oop. Okay, did he know what he was getting in for? I mean, sure, it's a bit played out nowadays, but it's still a pretty spooky game. Yeah, it's particularly spooky at 2 AM. Don't play Amnesia at 2 AM whilst calling someone at 3 AM.
Reminder, this week, any documents that suddenly appear pink, light red, or any shade in between must be incinerated immediately. Failure to do so will result in termination and possible bodily harm. Thank you for your attention.
Well, that's good to know. We do want to do our best to avoid bodily harm if possible. Yeah. Oh man. I didn't really experience any of that stuff. I was A, too old to be their target demographic, and B, didn't be bothered to watch it in the first place. But all the kind of reaction and parody videos of those 3 a.m. challenge YouTubers or whatever. It's hilarious. Because it's so just weird. Never had a childhood, that is a shame. Okay, sorry, I wanted to recycle. What are these? Not great ones. I mean, I played Call of Duty for a lot of mine too, it's just it was Call of Duty 1. Well, hopefully you won't that white kid. Statistics and security, do we go through here? Yep. Sure as eggs looks like it. I'm almost always the white kid without a mind. But now you're the white kid with some major bowel issues. It's exciting. Hey, what does this room actually look like? Another cool room. I mean, they all are, really. Astral Cons. Can we upgrade any of these bad boys? No. White kid with some major bowel problems in a really echoey room, to be honest. Weird map. Anyway, let's see if there's anything we can pick up around these parts, and then we'll press on.
Hello? I need some help here.
Who's that?
Someone needs help over there.
Who is it?
Sounds like there's a man down.
Looks like it's this fella.
I'm here. What happened to you?
I got in a little scrap. Name's Horowitz.
Is he gonna be okay?
Don't look at me like that. I'm fine. But Wells is still in there. You gotta get him out.
Definite oof.
Who's Wells?
My squad mate. We were hunting a runaway altered item. We followed it down into the clocks.
The clocks.
A threshold. The Bureau sealed it up years back because of all the clocks. We followed the altered item inside, but the way it was acting, we weren't ready. Me and Wells were the only ones to make it to the motel court. He was right behind me, but he never showed up on this side.
I'll go find him. But first, you need to get to a medic.
Wells is the medic. Please, you gotta get him out of there. I'll be fine, really. Roop can patch me up later.
Fine. But I'll be back for you.
I damn well hope so. Just use the motel cord there. It should get you into the clocks. Sorry.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Well, not just yet. We haven't taken the mission. Bit preemptive. Alright, see you around, champ. I don't know why, it's quite quiet on my end. Or maybe a better way to put it is it's at a reasonable... Well, then turn your headphones down. That's noon on that. Now it's 2:40... No, 2:37? Trying to back out of... I guess I am. Thank you, Sergeant. That is 7:28 or so. Yeah, it's a little bit a touch off-putting, to be honest. 11:02. Hopefully that trains are good. Well, I mean, the trouble is I've never played Dead by Daylight. Hey,
This Wells guy can't be far.
guess we're jumping. I remember thinking this level was very cool. But beyond that, I can't remember what happened in it. Very much the Futurama episode of time
Those
travel,
must be the clocks he
where they
was
took on a
talking
lot of
about.
clocks. We've taken on a lot of clock. It would appear the hiss is still up and about. I don't have time for it, get it? Because it's a clock that I threw it in. That's what we call in the biz comedy. That's an item. You play Dead by Daylight, don't you, Wolf? Do you play with the homies or just like on your own? And just get squad mates when you join the server. This must have been base camp. The homies, yeah. Because I think that's one thing that puts me off it. I don't have the homies that... Why is there... Anyway. That have played it, or have it to play. Yeah. I mean, that's the best kind. Uh-huh.
Shit.
Hi. Okay, sorry, I'll approach you from the correct direction.
Are you Wells? Your friend asked me to come looking for you.
That must be Horowitz. Glad he got out.
The very same.
I stayed back to help the others. Did a shit job of it, clearly.
You tried. That's enough. Horowitz needs your help now. How do we get out of here?
We should head back through the threshold. We can look for other survivors as we go.
We better hurry. Which way?
Just follow the blood.
Okay.
Let's go.
Hold on, I just want to check out this joint. There's some sort of office. Okay, well, he's setting his own path. I get it. Places to go. Fair enough. Clearance level 9. How do I get that? Whoop, can I get that card off of you when you're done?
What's with the clocks?
Threshold effect. This used to be a regular office wing before the threshold manifested. The forces at play in there got a hold of someone's old clock and started duplicating it. Now the office is abandoned and its clock's all the way down.
A lot of clocks. That's a lot of clocks. Christ. He picked a really bad place to spawn, man. Thanks for the help, bro.
Locked. Think you can find a way around?
Let me see.
Try and open the gate for Wells. Oh yeah, why now? Is it on sale? Okay, I'll think about it.
You came down here for
Thanks
an
for
altered
keeping me
item?
posted on the bargain.
The anchor. Yeah.
I do got Game Pass. That's how I've been playing Horizon. I think it's partly why it's not working as well as this is. Perhaps. Because it's not a Steam application. I don't mind if I do take that law. Agents arrived in the town of Jasper Crossing, Arizona, after the communications department intercepted multiple phone calls to local authorities regarding frozen people in the streets. 4 of the 5 agents dispatched became paralyzed upon arriving at the scene. Additional assessment teams were dispatched. Variation of identification formulas were tried with ineffectual results. The agents resorted to using aerial photography to study the positioning of the paralyzed individual. Soon after, the agents discovered the epicenter to be the local post office. Unaffected agents cleared the area of all paralyzed civilians, animals, and bureau personnel before beginning to study the item. Agents deemed susceptible to the item were tasked with interviewing and re-informing the public away from the site. The item was soon placed on a transport vehicle manned by unaffected agents. Air travel had been deemed too dangerous given the item's effect. Numerous reports of temporary paralysis were reported by civilians along the truck's route from Arizona to New York. Oof.
That's O'Neill. Shit! No one else got out.
Cool, no, I'm just gonna get item. never heard of grains of sand. Outside of the material? No, I don't think I have. Surprise. I possess you too. Oof. A bit touch and go then. I do know Guitar Hero, but no, I've never actually properly played it. We didn't have my brother and I didn't have a console until the Xbox One, so Guitar Hero had well and truly died by that point. Being milked to death. We're off to camp. I'm gonna say this way.
When it was clear we couldn't contain the altered item, Horowitz ordered a retreat. We got out, but Hiss were waiting for us. I took Horowitz to the motel court and went back for the others.
That was brave of you.
I'm the medic. It's my job.
Wow. So that would be pretty much physically impossible, is my kind of vibe from that. Yeah, I mean, that is an astonishing amount of notes. Alright, I'll just make my own door, that's fine.
We're not far now.
Cool dark corridor. It just needs to have light from the gunfire in this corridor, and that would be perfect. Well, the exit sign is promising. We do want the exit after all. I didn't realize there was a look at that. I didn't realize there was a Guitar Hero for PC mod or whatever. That's very interesting. Oh, I'm not surprised. I mean, There's
Come on. The motel court is on the other side of logistics. Horowitz should still be there.
basically where we picked up the guy. There was a door there. Or a threshold there. I mean, it's pretty much the only way you can play Guitar Hero on any kind of modern hardware these days. You still got games like Rocksmith, I guess, which are around, but they're a slightly different genre. Yes, where we were before. We're in some sort of...
Let's go.
halted spot.
Hold on. Something's wrong with him.
Oh dear.
Shit.
He's been got.
Horowitz. Oh, God, no.
Oh, he's a tough dumb bitch. Keep meaning to press the wrong button. I keep meaning to press the button, I'm pressing the wrong button. I would say that I'm not meaning to press the wrong button. He's on the run. Getting in both directions of the piece is very satisfying. Maybe you need to take a seat. Take out the trash. Let's take out the trash. Take out the trash. You stole my kill.
I should talk to Wells. Make sure
Yes.
he's okay.
How we doing, Wells?
I'm sorry about your friend.
Thanks. And thanks for coming to get me. Horowitz's HRA must have been damaged in the threshold. Guy never put himself first. At least the anchor altered item is still locked away down in the clocks. I hope it rots down there.
That altered item needs to be dealt with before it hurts anyone else. I should go back down and contain it. Head to the executive sector, Wells. They could use a medic.
Thank you, Director. I'll go see what good I can do there.
The best thing to come out of what's the word? The best thing to come out of Guitar Hero, in my opinion, is all the speedrunners or whatever you want to call them that are using Guitar Hero guitars to beat Elden Ring or Dark Souls or whatever. I find that so just hilarious. Senior abilities, hot dog. Going to be launching someone bigger or someone harder? Let's launch something harder. I'll keep checking if we can upgrade those weapons. Yeah. It's kicking off. There you go, we have Chloe up here, guys. Because we really focus if you want. Okay. That's taking care of that. Get back up here. Take us back to the box. Sounds like that's Daddy. Bad boys up above. Nope, that's the right way. Let's go this way. Oh yeah, and then I guess. Up. Climbing over all of the blocks. For some reason, this really strikes me as a very cool environment. Kind of brutalist office overrun by antique clocks. Very cool.
This is the safe room Wells showed me. The one with the altered item inside.
I'll be impressed if you do well in it, to be honest, just because it's, from what you said, virtually impossible. Sorry, virtually might be a bit too kind of... Ah, you got the bot, okay. Well then yes, it is virtually impossible as opposed to actually impossible. Huh. Well, I wasn't racing the barn, I'll close the door. This is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. The threshold with effect redacted manifested in the containment sector in the middle of the redacted department. Simultaneously, numerous redacted appeared in the area, injuring and killing many. After rescue operations were completed and redacted, rangers were sent in to discover the threshold's epicenter. The sheer amount of redacted made the expedition impossible. The area was sealed off after removing the clocks provided an impossible task. The department was relocated and the area abandoned. Researchers theorize the threshold introduced unstable matter to our dimension, which adopted the form of the redacted as redacted when introduced to more stable redacted. Refer to file 9-51-3981 for the full report. Yeah, it's gonna be rough even with a
Great.
bot.
More clocks.
Hey,
How
we've
am
got
I
a
supposed to get across that?
down deep. Nope. More cast memory. Okay. There is no way we're getting across there. There's a complete. Alright, I want that. Let's change mission. Go back to finding Dylan. Fast travel back to logistics. Okay. Where are we going? We're going this way. Get it. Hey guys. Thanks for help. I meant to hit F. Sorry, Wall. Taking a chunk out of you like that. A lot of balls. That exploded. You're a quicker from Last of Us, that's what you are. Old autopsy. Deceased was a redacted-year-old redacted with no significant past medical history. The subject was brought in after being discovered in the active threshold, an early state of decay. It is characteristically fungal-based in its appearance. During autopsy, the cadaver's pleural cavities revealed to be entirely filled by the fungus known as the mold, to an extent that medical staff were forced to put on decontamination suits. The procedure was also hindered by anomalies such as the deceased's high body temperature, undulating torso muscles, presumably but not provably caused by trapped gases. Routine samples as well as tissue samples requested by Dr. Underhill were successfully extracted. However, their rapid retrogression outside of the host body needs to be noted. Cause of death, mold ingestion. That's a whole lot of mold. Reminds me of that scene from, or just reminds me in general of Annihilation. There's all that mold in the swimming pool. That location they hold up in. Oh, cool, thanks. Don't do that, thank you. Yeah, I do need a decontamination power. That's an absurd amount of frames per second. 1500? What was that? Thank you, Sergeant, for plugging the channel as always. Wise guy. Just some of this. Complete. Craftable material. I go back up to security. They're quite nice offices. Like, they're relatively comfortable, nicely sized. Just so happens that you're in an office space where your chances of dying are pretty high. And more to the point, dying in such a way that you won't be able to be inform anyone as to why you died. Is very cool. Take it away, Dr. Darling.
August 4th, 1964. We discovered the oldest house while investigating a suspected altered world event case in the New York City subway tunnels. The agents found their way up into the building. Once we became aware of it, it was there. For the rest of the population, it was hiding in plain sight. A slippery blind spot, seemingly discouraging observation. It's a place of power, an ongoing AWE of its own, seemingly adhering to its physical outer constraints and yet constantly breaking the known boundaries of reality. It's unstable, shifting. Note, for more details on control points and the research and process to stabilize and secure the core sectors, refer to a separate presentation. After extensive research and investigation, the Bureau made the building its headquarters on November 13th, 1968. The Federal Bureau of Control was never out in the open. This was always an obfuscated, classified top-secret operation. So imagine our surprise when the building's observation-resistant aspects began in some unquantifiable way to affect the Bureau as a whole.
Very useful. Have a secret base in the middle of New York City.
P6 is what the Bureau calls Dylan. His cell's been breached. Has the Hiss found him? Are you there with him? Can you protect him?
Okay, well, let's find out what's happened to the brother. Back to the hotel. Okay, that doesn't sound as heartwarming. Not at all. This is a very clever idea, and it would be a very good security system, really. Having to go, like, the spaces are physically separate. Have to go through this roundabout, completely separate route to get there. Pretty good way to secure something.
It's been a long time since Dylan and I knew each other. I've wondered about him. What kind of man he'd grow up to be. Were things as hard for him as they were for me? Maybe in here, they were even harder.
This is our...
Oh, hello. Is there something I can help you with?
I'm Jessie, the new director. I need to get inside.
New director? Right, well, okay. Hello, I'm Frederick Langston, the Panopticon supervisor. It's not the best time for a tour. We have hiss everywhere, numerous cell breaches, and system failures across the board, but you're the director, so here we go. Founded by Zachariah Trench, the Panopticon is our state-of-the-art repository for all altered items.
I don't have time for
objects,
this.
Power and...
I was told Dylan Faden was kept here. Can you help me find him?
Faden? Sure. Darling wanted him somewhere secure and isolated away from people. He's in the maximum security cells, upper level. But there's currently a pressing matter, ma'am. We've got an object of power loose in there. It's wrecking the place. The Benikoff TV, it's a real doozy. Salvador took a team in to handle it, but no one's heard from them for hours. This is a Category 5 OOP we're talking about, and if we don't contain it soon, it will tear the Panopticon apart. And we don't want all those altered items getting loose, ma'am. No, trust me.
Dylan's in there.
Change
Open
your
the door,
plans.
Langston. I'll handle it.
If you say so. I usually tell first-timers not to touch anything, so, just do that. Here, I'll get the door for you. And please, ma'am, call me Fred.
Thanks, Langston.
Damn, burning him up. Yeah, they love that.
Panopticon. Dylan's close. But that object of power might
Living up
wreck
to
this
its
place
name,
before I find
Panopticon
it.
is an old concept. An old prison concept, unsurprisingly. From, I think, the late 1800s. You have a prison designed like this. A hollow cylinder. You've got the cells on the outside. And then in the middle, you have a tower. That's where you put your guards. And it means that you can have one guard post observing like 100 prison, like 100 cells, because it's in the center and you can see everything. So it's a brutally efficient way of prison design. No privacy. Oh, gracious me. No, you don't do that, thank you. View the Pentecost TV on the 4th floor. Or are we on? First floor. Oh yeah, I just did it there. Let's find some stairs. Elevator will do. Even if it is an emergency, we shouldn't really use it. As we know.
Something went wrong with the Bureau's plan to make Dylan the next director. Marshall made it sound like it was all Dylan's fault, but how much of it was what the Bureau did to him? I don't think she's telling me everything.
That cheeky bugger doing? Knowingly, I can't raise my weapon because I don't have one in my hands. Where are we going? Left this way?
Hello? Is anyone there?
What are you doing in there?
Oh, thank God! Look, someone has to watch this object at all times, or it deviates. My shift replacement never showed up. Can you help me?
Damn. I can't, I'm sorry. There's an emergency. I'll come back, I promise.
Okay, just don't forget. I can't stare at this thing much longer.
Yeah, well, we've got to make sure we remember that fella. So we can blink eventually. Yeah. I want that. Got him. Good hustle. T-Rocket. And Uzi. Why do the other fools have a liver sound? Hey, that could be the Vod-mander TV. We'll stare at it later, chat.
That's the object of power.
I'll give it
need
away,
to
Jesse.
cleanse it.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, it was timed very well. That's a pretty neat trick. This guy cleans this television, huh? Sick. Absolutely gorgeous architecture. Wholly impractical, obviously, but very cool. Hmm. Oh, that went through him too. What about now? Oh, that's Salvador. Our friend from security. Betrayed by my own security guy. Well, I guess strictly. I hadn't employed him yet, but... or met them, you know. But I think he was a carryover from the last administration. And that other guy we met, the other security guy, he'll be bummed, because he was certain that this fella would figure things out. Man, I like the remodel. Okay, let's see if we can't show this security guy who's boss. That's me, by the way. I'm the director now. Rocket fellas that are doing me in. Yeah. Alright, once more across this bridge. Cool, back to respawning. Alright, hold on, was there something I should be picking up there? Yep. Go away. That was embarrassing. Don't tell anyone I did that. I need to go back to the save point. So, through the pooch. How's my health? That probably is faster, actually. I'll go for long stretches where I don't die, and then I'll just encounter one, I guess, boss, semi-boss area, I guess, and I'll just die. Let's just keep on going. There is other stuff out there that'll be future Jesse's problem. Oh no, that's my problem right now. Okay. Okay. Use this. Cool. Didn't notice it. The walls were like. Very cool. Definitely a very powerful object of power. Hey fellas, it's me again. That was perfectly timed for that guy's landing. Oh, there's the place. Okay, we got some health. Come on, up we go. Get a bit more health, a bit more. We now into rocket time. Open up. I don't know what hit me then. Damn it. Well, we're getting very familiar with this bridge, at least. And what a nice bridge it is. I think I speak it for all of us in saying, that's a nice bridge. Ray trace reflection. Lovely. holding cells by us. They're right behind me. It took me a long one.
Salvador, the head of security. His team didn't stand a chance against the Hiss.
Yeah,
No
we're
one
gonna
here does.
We're gonna have to really speak to HR about that one. Assaulting a boss is never a good idea. Well, just assaulting someone in the workplace, really, full stop. And mods are full. Well, we'll see about that, won't we? Edition. I get more health. No. Alright, shame.
Thanks, Sergeant.
Thanks, Wolf.
Okay. The TV.
Well, hold on a second. Let's have a look at
Another
this.
object of power going nuts.
And let's have a look at this box. Right now, we'll have to. Use the TV / babysitter. Thank you, Sergeant. Can't make that, do we? It's in the game. I'm not cheating if it was in the game. Christ. How about we don't?
Okay, dealt with the TV. Now I can find Dylan.
Bollocks. Take it. Could be a hell of a cleanup job. We're getting used to the flying part. One boat. As you do. Guess we're going to those flashing lights. Oh, what's in here? What's in Unit 9? Balloon. Can fly like me too. Water cooler? Crowbar. Half-Life 2 reference perhaps?
Dylan. He's so close.
Is that a good thing? Hard to say given the corpse is outside.
Hello? Can you hear me? Jesse.
Where's the intercom?
Are you there?
There we go.
Jesse.
Emily? He's gone. Dylan isn't here. He might be nearby. Or maybe the hiss got to him. I don't know.
Jesse, listen. Dylan's here. With us. He just walked in. He says he is giving himself up. He's been affected by the hiss, but he is different than the others. We must isolate him.
I'm on my way. We need to get back. I have to see my brother.
Dylan Faden, observation. 9:30, breakfast is brought. 9:30. Gets out of bed, used toilet, returns to bed at 11:54. 11:57, asks for television to turn on, staff do so. 12 p.m. lunch is brought, breakfast removed. 12:02, eats lunch. 12:38, begins toilet. Oh, uses toilet, sorry. 4:03, begins talking to self. Recording speech is not possible due to noise from television. 4:07, becomes upset, throws lunch tray at glass. 4:09, sedated. Crew clean the cell, television is turned off. 6:12, comes to, asks for television to be turned on. Staff refuse. 6:16, sleeps. Wow, that's a hell of a way to live. Well, his cell containment area has clearly been disinfected. There's your girl's name. Pretty sure.
Alright, I won't take up too much of your time today, Dylan. Like I said, I want to talk about Jessie, your sister.
What about her?
I just want to get your perspective. What do you think of her? What kind of person is she? That sort of thing.
I adored my sister. When I was little, I mean, back in Ordinary.
And you don't anymore?
When I first got here, sure. I'd always hoped she'd come too. Find me, to take me home. We went everywhere together. Why should this be any different? Casper said she could come too, to the Bureau. If she wanted to. But she never did.
Why do you think that is?
Because she didn't care about me. She always wanted to be out on her own, seeing the world. She always said so. I guess she got what she wanted.
Great. So, she wanted to see the world. Did she ever mention any place in particular?
Why?
We like to ask questions around here, you know that. Any particular cities, towns, landmarks, anything like that?
I don't remember.
What about family and friends? Were you close with anyone living outside of Ordinary?
I'm done with this. Tell Casper I want pizza for lunch today.
Dylan, wait. We're not... End of session.
Well, it turns out you were done, actually. Just didn't know at the time. Okay, before I head back to see our boy Dylan, I want to have a look at that fridge. Not fridge, sorry, the anchor. Fast traveling going on. Back to logistics. Oh, let's have a look at some abilities too. Some more levitation. You know? Theory upgrades the spin at some point, but we cannot do that now. So we can upgrade our shatter. Won't affect upgrading of the other one. I don't use it either, so there's no point really. Try and get one that Gives us back a bullet, hopefully that'll be useful. Back to logistics. Go say hi to this anchor and cleanse them. Albany. This Perth. As there is no Sydney. Well. That'll teach you to see the lady. Upstairs, through the corridor, past the clocks, a lot of clocks, and then we'll go and get this anchor sorted out. So obviously we're not doing Forza Horizon tonight. Hopefully I'll be able to figure out what's causing it and fix it, so I can do it tomorrow night. That would be ideal. But I want to see what's new, I guess, in the world. I think it is 30, but like, he's a bit of a stunted 30. He hasn't exactly had a normal childhood. He definitely didn't have an Xbox. For better or worse. Okay. Through the shelter, that's right.
This is the safe room Wells showed me. The one with the altered item inside. Great. More clocks.
Not much of a shelter. I forgot there was one here. I could have just come to this one. That would have been a lot easier. Well, looks like we'll be going back to that one because I misclicked. See you, Jesse. No, well, he was taken by the Bureau a long time ago as well. Dylan, that is. Because the whole Ordinary incident happened a while ago. When they were kids, I think. Okay, well, now that we know that there is one in that area, let's jump to that. That's pretty cool looking.
What the fuck is that? It's making more clocks?
close it. We'll have to jump the platform. As it goes round clockwise, of course. Makes perfect sense when you think about it. Not now. I'm indisposed. Oh, for flip's sake. There needs to be a handrail there. Oh man, that really is a mission failed. We'll get him next time moment.
The fuck is that?
That'll start over there to show us what it's gonna do. Launch
It's
clock.
making more clocks?
Moves clockwise over here. We go east. Yeah, she is. Why come in here? How have you changed your pet? Mission fail. Get next time. I am having a rough time with these boss battles tonight. Not exactly my finest example of gamer skill, chat, sorry.
What the fuck is that?
I'm normally just as competent as this.
It's making more clocks?
Get him, Anchor, get him. Thank you. get their health. A clock spawning monster, basically. Basically, it's another unruly object of power. It's just that this one has a tendency to multiply blocks. If I hadn't gotten shotgunned by all those clocks, I think I would have been able to hold on there. But I was, as the more observant of you would have noticed. I mean, it's a cool looking boss if nothing else.
The fuck is that? Making more shots?
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, we've got this fire up music. We're fired up, we're energized. We're ready to do it. Let's see that in that weird guy's playlist. Come on. Come back around. I was gonna get shotgun by clocks again. Piss dust in my way, if that's what it's called.
That must be the altered item.
Yeah, first try. Wrong button. First try.
There. No wonder the Rangers had such a hard time with that one.
Let's go to the boardroom. Keep hitting E. Yep, we're on our way. I'm just gonna get a bit more health before we get off. Central Executive, let's go. Alright, let's...
Oh my god, did she have to write everything in her made-up gibberish code? Fucking Marshall with her CIA spy shit, god.
Go,
I found this token.
So how do you do this?
Any idea what it does?
That is a jukebox token. Little bastards turn up in the weirdest places, like bad pennies. The Rangers use them to activate an old object of power.
A jukebox, I assume. Does it have any good songs?
Nope, just the one record. Hey, be careful turning it on, though. When it's playing, you get a free trip to the formation.
The formation? That sounds ominous. Why does it send you there?
The Bureau has been wondering that for years. I mean, it's just a pile of rocks built by God knows who, but... Well, researchers have confirmed it's in the same threshold as the quarry. No one's ever been able to map a physical route to the formation for maintenance.
So it's in the quarry. You just don't know where.
Pretty much. We only send in annual expeditions to the formation now. Checkups, Salvador calls them. This year's team went in the day the hiss arrived. Come to think of it, the song should have blown back hours ago.
I can go in and take a look.
I'd appreciate that. The jukebox is kept just past the security booth over there. Just put in the token and enjoy the ride.
Probably mention the fact that your boss is dead. Okay, that's not an option.
I have to go.
That's fine.
Me too. You're not the only one who's busy, you know.
I guess he'll figure it out in his own time.
Resonance emitted from the HRAs is purely antithetical to every variant of the hiss signal I can arrange. But how did Darling create it?
Not gonna bore us all with that. Let's find out who Dylan is. Dylan is.
After all these
Why Dylan
years,
is.
Dylan is here. But am I too late? How is he? I need to know.
He's clearly been affected by the hiss, but it's different than any other manifestation we've recorded. Maybe what makes you so special is genetic. He was a prime candidate. Or maybe it's Polaris protecting him, something else affecting the situation. I need to run tests. He seems more in control, more present.
I want to see him. My brother. Or is he?
Of course. Now, Marshall set up an HRA-warded cage to contain him. It's on the upper floor, up the stairs.
Okay, I need to go.
Jesse, be careful.
Okay, well, let's find out what's going on with brother. Younger brother? Older brother? Younger brother, I think.
Did you hear that the hiss prisoner they captured is the driver's brother?
Yeah, this looks like a good place to start. Yep.
You are a worm through time. The thunder's hum distorts you. Happiness comes, white pearls, but yellow and red in the eye. Through a mirror inverted is made right. Leave your insides by the door. Push the fingers through the surface into the way. You've always been a new you. You walk us to patrol. We stand around you while you dream.
Well, if you've never seen a 7-year-old, have you?
Through time, the thunder's hum distorts you. Happiness comes, white pearls, but yellow and red in the eye. Through a mirror inverted is made right. Leave your insides by the door. You are a worm through time.
Shit.
The thunder's hum distorts you.
That's Dylan.
White pearls,
Can you hear me?
red in the eye.
Come on, Dylan. I'm here. I found you.
Very good skincare.
Do you know who I am? You know me. Say it.
You are Dylan Faden's sister.
He's talking in the third person. Always a good sign. Do you know who you are?
Not Dylan. Trench and Darling made sure of that. I'm P6. P6. But I'm better now. The hiss made me better. Push the fingers through the surface into the wet. You've always been the new you. You want this
Can you
to
stop
be
that?
true.
Please? Not exactly the reunion I'd hoped for.
It feels good to say those words. I want to say them. They sound good. They make me feel good. Don't you want to say them too?
No. Fuck off, no. You need to help me get this thing out of his head. If he is still in there, if there is anything left, you have to help me.
You came in through the hole in you. We let you in. You've always been here. The only true. A copy of a copy of a copy of a copy.
Stop it!
Orange peel.
Shit. Shit. He can see you. This is not safe.
We found Polaris together with my sister when we were very small. In Ordinary. In the desert, through the door opened up by the slide projector. But she didn't help when Trench took me away. She didn't give me any powers. All the powers are my own powers. She didn't help when they locked me up for years. After the song time for applause, we build you till nothing remains. The egg cracks and the truth will emerge out of you. You are home. The Bureau brought the slide projector back here with me. And the Bureau did what the Bureau does. They used it. And they found... They opened the door up to the hiss. That's the only thing I can thank them for.
There. There it is. We stopped the Altered World event in Ordinary when we shut down the slide projector. And now the projector's here.
An earworm is a tune you can't stop humming in a dream. Baby, 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 yeah. Just plastic. So safe. Nothing to worry about. Funny. I welcomed the hiss. I let it in. To get rid of her. The hiss set me free. Polaris is using you. The Bureau is using you. You are a puppet. You can almost hear our words, but you forget.
If we shut off the slide projector, maybe that will stop the hiss.
Regulations.
Maybe it's not too late for my brother.
You must see the truth for yourself, Jessie. Sister. The horrible truth about the Bureau. The hiss is the better option. Go to the Prime Candidate program in the containment sector. I have the keycard to get you there. Salvador wanted me to have it.
Wanted? Bullshit. I saw what the hiss did to Salvador. What it turned him into. Okay, Dylan. I'll go. I want to see the truth for myself. I'll go. But only to look for the slide projector. You can help me. We can end this.
You are a worm through time.
The shoot him gambit doesn't sound too bad a gambit at this point.
Happiness comes, white pearls.
I don't know what else I'm hoping to find here. Dylan.
I just saw the red pyramid.
I'd like to tell you about a dream I had last night.
Off to a good start. Okay. I'm listening.
I honestly can't
I
remember.
was back in Ordinary.
Can't remember
before
who the
all
final
of this
was.
happened. But in the dream, I was alone. It was just me.
I was the only child. A girl. My name was Jesse Dylan Faden. But then the Bureau came and caught me, brought me back here, locked me up. Have you ever noticed that our names, Jesse, Dylan, they could be girls' names, boys' names, could be anything.
I don't know about Dylan.
Don't you
Can
find
Dylan
that
be a girl's
weird?
name?
I find that weird.
Sure. What the hell was that? Is he trying to mess with me?
You are a worm through time. The thunders hum to
Oh, look, if there's a pyramid there, I'm gonna press it.
Maybe Dylan's still in there. Maybe there's a way to reach him. I'd like to talk to my brother, please. Dylan?
Dylan would like to tell you about a dream he had just now.
What
This again?
I was going to be the new director of this place. I helped you get a job here so that we could be together. You were an office assistant. You'd make coffee and deliver the mail, and there was always plenty of work to do. And it stayed that way, forever and ever. It was nice. Really nice.
That's debatable.
But here's the strange thing. The dream shifted, and none of it was real anymore. It was a game. We were in a game, and it was a fucking boring game. But you couldn't stop playing.
Getting a bit meta here, chat.
And then it shifted again. Or maybe it was another dream already. Or maybe I'm just confusing them. But in this other dream, it was more like a musical. This is an ordinary song about an ordinary girl
Thank you,
from
Sergeant.
an ordinary town. It's the ordinary story.
Yeah, absolutely.
She worked an ordinary job in an ordinary office.
POV, Andrew Tate in a Romanian prison.
And that's all I can remember of that dream.
Maybe that's for the best.
Game, you just gotta stop putting those red pyramids above it. I'll
Maybe
keep pressing
I can
until
learn
you
more about
stop.
the hiss from him. Can we talk?
He's just certainly been arrested. So I imagine he's in a holding cell at
an
least.
interesting dream.
Shit. That's fascinating, but let's talk about the hiss for a change, yeah?
This dream was about the hiss.
Best I'm gonna get.
In my dream, the hiss had broken free of this prison, this house. I'd set it free. And the president himself was there to welcome us. He was the first one to take the hiss in. Spread the word. At first, many people thought it was horrifying. That he was horrifying. But also, many people who heard his words wanted to welcome the hiss in. And slowly, more and more of them came around until the whole world was brought together by the hiss. It was wonderful.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that. For the record, that will never happen. Not as long as I'm alive.
The thunders hum distorts you.
Okay, I'm just gonna quickly obey Stay Healthy bot and refill the old drinky poos. Use the bathroom, stretch a bit. I encourage you all to do the same. Stretch, drink, use the amenities, get a snack, whatever you need to do. I'll be back in a minute or two.
We wait in the stands.
That works too.
Repeat the word, the name of the sound. It resonates in your house. Oh, after the song, throw a applause. We build you till there's nothing remains. The egg cracks and the truth will emerge out of you. You are home. You remind us of home. You've taken your boss with you. All hair must be eaten. Under the conceptual reality behind this reality, you must want these waves to drag you away. After the song, time for applause. Cliche is death out of time. Breaking the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. The floor, no. Floor, you fall. How do you say insane hurts to be happy? In your one was a tune you just can't stop humming in a dream. Baby, 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 yeah, just plastic, so safe. Nothing to worry about. Funny. The elastic breaks, now the hole in your room is a hole in you. You came and we let you in through the hole in you. You have always been there, the only child. A copy of a copy of a copy. Orange peel. The picture is you holding the picture. When you hear this, you will know that you're in the new you. You want to listen. You want to dream. You want to smile. You want to hurt. You don't want to be. You are a worm through time. The thunder song distorts you. Happiness comes, white pearls, but yellow and red in the eye. Through a mirror, the inverted is made right. Leave your inside by the door. Push the fingers through the surface into the way. You've always been a new you. You want this to be true. We stand around you while you dream. You can almost hear our words, but you forget. This happens more and more now. You gave us the permission and regulation. We wait in the stains. The word that describes this is redacted. Repeat the word, the name of the sound. It resonates in your house. Oh, after the song, time for applause. We build you till there's nothing remains. The egg cracks and the truth will emerge out of you. You are home. You remind us of home. You've taken your boss with you. All hair must be eaten. Under the conceptual reality behind this reality, you must want these waves to drag you away. After the song, time for applause. Cliche is death out of time. Breaking the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. The floor, no. Floor, you fall. How do you say insane hurts to be happy? In your one was a tune you just can't stop humming in a dream.
Hope you've enjoyed Dylan's dulcet tones while I've been away.
Nothing to worry about.
Do one last one, see if there's anything
I'm just
different.
here to punish myself. Any new dreams you'd like to share, Dylan?
Well, at least she's realistic about what she's gonna get out of him, yeah?
I'm glad you asked, sister. This dream, like all dreams now, felt very real. Like reality. And reality now feels like a dream. Maybe it's all a dream. Maybe it's all real.
Dream where my brother endlessly tells me about his dreams.
I was
It's a
in a
rough dream.
dark place. And there was a dark man there. His name was Mr. Door. And he told me that there are many worlds, side by side, on top of each other, some inside of others. In one world, there was a writer who wrote a story about a cop. In another world, the cop was real. Door said he himself was in all of them at the same time.
Is that Alan Wake and
endlessly
Max
shifting
Payne
between them.
reference?
I asked him how I could reach these worlds. I wanted to bring the hiss there. But he didn't want to help me. He didn't like the idea. What did he know?
Not wild about the idea myself.
Through time, the thunder song
Flip's sake.
distorts you.
I'm just kind of interested as to
Here
what
we go
Dylan's gonna
again.
do.
Once more with feeling. Let me guess. You want to tell me about your dream?
Yes. Yes. In fact, I'm having a dream right now.
Oh. That's new.
In this dream, I'm standing in the corner watching Jesse and Dylan talk about this very dream. This very dream! He said just now! And repeated it again now! I'm standing there and watching, and that's all I can do. It's as if I'm trapped there. And that's all I have to say about that dream.
Okay, Dylan. That's good.
Where's he live?
Is he still in there? Or is this the hiss playing mind games? I don't know.
That's all she wrote, it seems.
Leave your inside by the door. Push the fingers through the
Keep on track. Hey guys, check this out.
Endangering us by bringing a hissing. If Trench was still around, he'd have stopped.
Hello, Jesse.
Let's have an old chinwag with old mate.
How are you doing, Jesse? It can't be easy seeing Dylan like this.
I'm fine. What can you tell me? Is he still... human? Or is he his?
I've taken numerous
like
tissue
getting that
samples
close to
and
that
have
lady.
tests running as we speak, but from the initial data, he looks healthy. I only see corruption in a superficial way.
What does that mean?
I don't know. This is all new, but if he's like you, maybe Polaris is preventing total Hiss takeover. Or maybe this is just a new form of Hiss. We've already seen how it affects people in different ways.
Dylan told me he let the hiss in. Does that change anything?
Voluntary conversion. I mean, hypothetically, that could affect the mental state post-corruption, as well as the extent of biological alteration. But again, this is new territory for me. I'll need time.
You won't have it. I'm gonna shut down the slide projector. That's how the hiss are getting in. Once I close it, this should all be over.
Jesse, we don't know how this works. If you sever their connection to the source, it could cause a terminal chain reaction. Every Hiss-corrupted individual dead.
Better that than what Dylan is now. I'm shutting it down. This has to end. Whatever happens, happens.
Okay, just let me know how I can help.
Thank you, Emily.
Alright, let's go find a projector. But first, let's take a trip. Jukebox.
If they're in there, we go around that way. No.
Ran into it accidentally at one point.
Just when I thought things were stabilizing, Marshall abandons us. I'm sick of no one telling us.
Director's office.
Did you see that hiss they marched through here? Why the fuck did we
Hey.
put a bullet in that thing's head?
I heard it's the director's.
That's no one's brother anymore. He's the enemy, plain and simple.
Give me concern. In case you're not aware, something caused a sticky note in my office to duplicate. My office is unusable now. I'll be working from home until this is resolved. You can reach me on my cell or home phone. Sincerely, J. Boza, Vice Chief of Staff. Yeah, sure did, buddy, huh? Really crunching the numbers for a Chief of Staff, though.
Marshall orders us to just sit on our asses and then leaves? What's the deal?
She must have her reasons. She's probably out doing some recon.
Then she should have taken us with her. I need some action, goddammit.
That's her here. Nope, because that leads nowhere. Let me help you there. I'll turn on the radio for you. That's... brother? Yes?
Endangering us by bringing a hissing. Trench was still around.
We will find it eventually. There's only so many doors in this place.
Good luck out there.
This is Lynn Salvador, head of Bureau Security. I'm making a formal security order due to the incident in April, case number
That's what it sounds like normally.
21HQ593. Improper use of the jukebox altered item led to 2 fatalities. We believe a pair of agents used the jukebox to travel to the quarry threshold and engage in inappropriate workplace behavior. An expedition team found them decomposing at the formation's base a week later.
Damn.
At least we found out the jukebox doesn't bring corpses back when the song ends. I'm having the jukebox placed in a secure location in the executive sector. It should never have been accessible to low clearance staff in the first place. The new location security and proximity to a high-traffic area will prevent misuse, while still allowing for expedition teams to access it when required. See me for any further details.
Keep up the good work. Oh wait, dead. Sorry. I think the radios aren't working because I've turned off the copyrighted music for DMCA reasons. Right, here's the jukebox. Go say hi. Oh, I see. Challenging expedition. Look, give it a shot. We'll see what it's like. I mean, if my past competency at boss battles and whatever, anything to go by, it'll be over pretty quickly. Not in a good way, but it'll be over. Well then. Nope. But she almost whiffed it. Go longer than a lot. Cleanse the free broadcast plate. Where would I be if I was a broadcaster? Thank you, Sergeant. Up there. Apparently. Unmapped area. Okay, here's something. Oh, like capture points, okay. Okay, there's one done. At least now I know what we're looking for. There's another one up there. Yeah, this is it. And there's another one down there. Alright. Guess we need to go down to that one at the bottom. Oh, with the big boys. as well. Most radical. Hey, well, they weren't wrong when they said challenging. Go through the next portal. I guess pierce damage is the sniper rifle pistol mod or service weapon mod, whatever it's called again. Oh, bollocks. Well, I guess we figured out what happens when you die. Oh, because there's a time limit to all of this. Hey, that's not great. Because there's that delay. So I think I kind of get a bit concerned and I tap it. That's
Squad Captain Lopez, reporting on expedition center. At the formation now. Visually, no distinction.
Keep going back. Okay. It doesn't help that I don't know what the expedition data looks like. Oh, this could be something. Yep, well, we found the data. Guess that is weirdly attractive to the head. Unreal. I'm just bullying this guy at this point. Guess that wasn't proper data or anything. Yeah, I think that's kind of a universal experience. I'm not necessarily a big shower fan per se, but it's definitely one of the times where I will kind of not quite lose track of time, but really just enjoy the fact that I don't have to do anything, and I can't do anything either. I really enjoyed that about catching the train. I'm not as good at it now, but I used to never listen to or never watch anything, like any YouTube videos or anything like that when I was on the train. I just kind of watch the world go by. I can. Yes. This is... I don't know if you're here, but there's basically a jukebox in the game, and it uses jukebox tokens, unsurprisingly, but basically it takes these kind of challenge arenas. And I thought, what the heck? Let's try one out. See what it does. Turns out they're just annoying. And I've only got 10 minutes left to finish 4 of them. it's just kind of a combination of enemies, rather than having any real story, rhyme, or reason. I don't know if this is like meant to be late game content that you're not really meant to touch now, but here we are. I'm touching it. And we go over to the next island. And we ice some waterfalls. It's very pretty, if nothing else. Okay, so we follow the beeping. So ray tracing indeed. Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, just hold it a little bit longer. Jessie, my girl. Reflections. All their reflections. Oh, there you are. I think this might be the last one. And that takes us back to the main island, so we're gonna hot foot it back over. I think. That's what I did last time, at least when I fell off. Yeah. And annoyingly, we've only got 6 minutes, basically, to finish that and do the next one. We want to complete it and get the rewards. apparently some sort of rare mods or something. Hopefully I don't have to take this one from the top. Yeah, I do. That sucks real hard. Oh, this was a bad decision. This is going to be a waste of time, isn't it? I can't get back. No, I've got the in-universe... Let's try the other one. The in-universe explanation is there are... The jukebox plays a song, and then once the song is finished, you get pulled back. You don't, kind of... You're not allowed to kind of make your own choice. So I guess that countdown is basically how long the song goes for. Burn the hiss-corrupted stuff. Okay, that's probably what that furnace is for then. Nope, that's not hiss-corrupted at all. That is though. A strong head. I commend that. Subjects in here. Hi. Forgot about those things. You see that dude? That was whack, huh? Where would I be if I was another hiss-corrupted artifact box thing? Right over there. 8 out of 4 ain't bad. Oh, not jump just yet. Ooh. Got 30 seconds to do the next one. For sure we can do this. Take us 30 seconds just to get across. Yep, as prophesied. Took us pretty much 30 seconds to get across. Do we keep the stuff that we picked up? Looks like we do, yes. That's nice at least. Okay, now we can upgrade the grip. Increase space weapon damage. Add a second slot. Let us do that. Upgrade the grip again. Yeah, let's do that too. How dare you? Guess when we were making progress in terms of the sweet weapons we have and go and fart. Perfect. There's not much available for the grip. Go off to containment. Prime candidate program. Maybe fast travel might be best. Yeah, central executive. Guess logistics. Go find out more about Dylan, and a little bit about Ordinary. Yeah, I'd be pretty close to doing that, right? This great music playing. Oh, quick check here.
Mark Gibson, male, age 28, returned from the astral plane approximately 13 minutes ago. This was his 21st dive. Patient is experiencing migraine-like pain, intense pressure behind the eyes, and partial blindness. He has no recollection of his time in the astral plane and appears severely disoriented. Preliminary examination revealed no immediate cause, so we will be sending patient for x-rays and... What the fuck is that thing? God, it burst right out of him. Call Black! Get Marshall!
I guess that's how that violent rock thing turned up in our plane of existence. What do we have? He needs a recovery speed 40%. Now that does sound lovely. Deconstructed. Now we picked it up. Okay. Now we've opened all the doors we can. Deal with the senior supervisor. Right, the new gun. Yeah, it does seem to hit harder. Hey, that was significantly more straightforward than the one just encountered. This way to security, thank you. Hi guys, did you miss me? Take that as a no. Thank you, Sergeant. Prime candidate program. Wait. Oh, they're here. Mirror supplement. Redacted. She was admitted to the mental ward for emotional instability soon after relocating to Illinois with her family in 1914. The item only appears on record again in 2006 when the Bureau investigated a sudden rise in disappearances in Redacted, Illinois. Agents found the item hanging in the local library. They contained it quickly, though the missing people of the town were never recovered. Supplementary materials, however. We certify that the case of Mrs. Redacted has shown her to be a lunatic under the reasons of hysteria, bad company, and imaginary female trouble. Her fixation with the family looking glass is noteworthy, though not uncommon matter when considering the female disposition. Mrs. Carver is a fit subject for the lunatic asylum and will remain in its confines until her affliction has passed. Signed, Dr. Redacted. Was that them admitting it? In any event, that sounds like it was a hell of a time for her.
To find new prime candidates, the Bureau needs a director. Our future. P6 and P7.
Get rid of this fear of healing. you? Sorry, I didn't see that. My apologies. Let me deal with that right now. Very rude. We don't want anyone to feel left out. That's a policy of mine as the new director. That's a cool environment. Oh wow, we can even run along it. Bright Falls supplement. Alice Wake, Mr. Wake's wife, was found during the Bureau investigation. He was interviewed and evaluated. He showed signs of severe mental trauma in the forms of redacted memory loss. He was later directed to treatment. It was concluded that she had been trapped in the threshold during its manifestation. Notable individuals still missing after Bright Falls event are Special Agent Robert Nightingale and Dr. Emil Hartman, third of the Creator's Dilemma and the file RE Cauldron Lake Lodge. Bureau researchers believe this event was the result of a forceful perception of subjective reality stemming from Mr. Wake, overlapping on our own. Wake has been flagged as a potential para-utilitarian. See the Prime Candidate Program files for more details. In a 2011 book by Clay Stewart titled The Alan Wake Files, a 2011 book titled was published by Roundabout Press, New York and Olympia. Agents interviewed Clay Stewart and suspected minor para-utilitarian sensitivity. He was placed under indefinite surveillance. Note, a monitoring station was established at Cauldron Lake to alert the Bureau of any further activity. That's one thing I do like about Remedy games. They're all in a connected universe. So the other Remedy game that I will play at some point, Quantum Break, also has references to Alan Wake in it too. Closed case. Let's start with the closed case. Let's watch some more television.
I can see you're upset, Meg. Why don't you tell Uncle Mr. Bones what's wrong?
Good old Uncle Mr. Bones.
I did bad on my clairvoyance test.
You can't ace every test, Meg. You see, everyone has different brains. Some brains can talk to each other. We call this ESP.
ESP?
Some brains can lift objects, like a baseball. Talk about a fly ball, eh, Meg? No interruptions! So who cares if you fail your clairvoyance test? Maybe your brain can throw baseballs, or talk to dead people, or make friends blind. Once we know what your brains can do, we'll know what job to give you. And if your brains are just right, you'll get to sit in the big chair.
There is a big chair. Oh wow, it's a really big chair.
What if I don't want the big chair?
What if I don't want the big chair?
Everyone wants the big chair, Meg!
That's why we're all here. Use those brains to listen for once, or the only chair you'll get in is the one with straps.
Good old Uncle Mr. Bones. He really is a card, is our Uncle Mr. Bones. Come on, let me at it. Bright Falls. Oh hell yeah, more Alan Wake stuff. An unconfirmed threshold manifestation at Cauldron Lake, Washington State, resulted in a fictional story written by author Alan Wake, creating an AWE in which reality was altered to match that of the story, though only locally and for a limited time. Mr. Kirkland, head of investigations, was alerted on September 13th, 2010, by ex-Bureau agent Frank Breaker, C, redacted, that an AWE event was taking place in Bright Falls, Washington. Refer to events investigated in 1970, 1976, and 1978. Breaker had received a call from Barry Wheeler, Alan Wake's literary agent, on behalf of Breaker's daughter, Sarah, who is the current sheriff of Bright Falls. A Bureau field team arrived at the site 2 days later, only to confirm that the event was over. Interviews were conducted, refer to 1970, blank, Thomas Sang, 1976, 1978, Odin Anderson and Tor Anderson. Alan Wake was believed to redacted instigator. Eyewitness reports highlight an old light switch, possibly object of power, that redacted missing. Wake was not found at the scene. Reports claim he dived into the lake, but no body was recovered in the search. Hell yeah. We stand in an interconnected universe in this chat. That's weird. Oh yeah, so we don't have to go around this time. Excellent. Glad we got that door. What's downstairs? Anything in there? What? Especially. Have some materials there. Let's check out Dylan.
I wish things had gone differently in Ordinary for us. But wishing won't change things.
Darling's
Finding
look
the
better.
projector will.
There's so much coming together in this one case. A new object of power, something we have not seen before. I mean, coming from me, that's saying something. And the boy, Dylan Faden, prime candidate 6, and the sister as well. Once we catch up with her, but the boy, so much potential. We're talking Northmore level readings here, and I don't want to invoke his name. It's completely different circumstances here. It's remarkable.
Yep.
There was an incident. Yes.
Looks like Darling's having a hard day.
We lost a valuable member of our team, yes. Excessive force. Dylan has so much. But he's just a kid. I'll take the blame. He needs some slack. I mean, boys will be boys. He's exceptional and under a lot of stress. Roberts got killed. It's an unfortunate accident, that's all. Marshall needs to realize this. We will make this work. We'll make this work.
Okay, darling. Don't know if you did. From Faden transcript. Sorry, reading quietly. So it seems that he can also see Polaris. D6 victim autopsy. Agent killed during redacted involving redacted code name D6. Blunt force trauma, injuries of head and neck, excessive trauma of the abdominal region, lacerations and contusions of the upper and lower torso, fracture of spinal cord between L1 and L2 vertebrae, avulsion fracture of the 3rd through 10th ribs, left and right, blunt force injuries of the extremities, abrasions, lacerations, contusions of the extremities, dislocation of left and right elbow, dislocation of left and right knee. After examination, it was determined that the cause of death was internal bleeding that occurred when the redacted was contorted through his redacted. Did he have his head stuck up his own ass? Is that how it happened? Alright, that's P7.
Is this what Dylan wanted me to see? It doesn't matter.
Where'd
We
she
need to
go?
find that projector.
Wait, why is the place called Coffee Soap? Ooh, we got a sweet new bit.
All the times I felt paranoid, I was right. The Bureau could have given me the answers, but they just stood by and watched me.
Don't touch. No touchy. You see fading movement tracking. Parts Cheyenne, arrives in Sydney. Des Moines, Chicago, South Bend, Cleveland, Bloomsburg, New York. Comes for the Mets game.
We used to play there all the time. Me and Dylan. And other kids as well. We loved it. This time, I remember, was different. We found a way in, deeper into it, like it had shifted. We went inside, and that's where we found the slide projector.
A dump is a place for lost things. Things that have been thrown away. Did you ever feel that way when you were growing up, Jesse?
What? No. Yes, but that has nothing to do with...
Was there a slide projector at your home when you were small?
No.
Those were before your time, I suppose. But your family did look at photos together, maybe. In one form or the other?
Maybe.
When was this? Can you remember? At parties? Barbecues? How did it make you feel? Did your parents ever show pictures that embarrassed you? Was alcohol ever involved at these parties? Did your parents drink? Did that make you uncomfortable?
No. That's just stupid. Come on. That has nothing to do with this. Nothing.
The slide projector. Let me ask you this. As a child, did you ever fantasize about worlds inside pictures? Inside a painting? You know, stepping into a painting, into a hidden world, escaping and finding adventure there, away from your parents.
I don't think so.
A little bit of gaslighting going on here.
Maybe.
Oh.
I don't know.
Just a skosh of gaslighting. Maybe you dreamt it all, Jesse.
They studied what happened in Ordinary here. That's the place to start looking.
Let's go to the Ordinary AWE then. Yeah, sorry, man. Transit corridor. Okay. Take the fire escape. By that I mean go to the storeroom. Ooh, 9 projectiles. I don't mind if I do. +3, fringe. +9, thank you very much. Oh, I just pressed the button. I was trying to be fire safe. Okay, that's what happens if you catch a lift in an emergency, chat. There'll be a guy who explodes inside.
Both prime candidates.
And if there isn't a guy who explodes inside, when you get in, you are that guy. Simple math when you think about it, really. This point, baby. Okay, so it's just a tunnel, really. It comes from the New York subway.
We're going back home.
No, I don't particularly want to make a jukebox token, thank you. We could upgrade the Shatterer, though. Let's do that.
Of course we are.
Pop out the bin. Shatter. Nine extra projectiles contained in a smaller spread. Hell yes, that sounds good.
It started there, and it's...
Have a kick like a horse now. Where'd it go? Let's have a look through door number 6 here. Oh. That was nice. Another time, perhaps. You know, chat, maybe some doors are best left closed. Apparently. That's a good lesson. Interesting, your attack is the astral fellow. Okay, let's go for
There's gotta be a way to rotate these tracks. Maybe there's a control panel nearby.
That's right. Control panel. Try and find a control panel. Give me a shout if you see one. There's none over there, but there is one up there. How does one get up there? There's one right there. Look, I'm going down. I want to go up. Oh, it's locked. Why is the door locked? I need to be in there.
There's gotta be a way to rotate these tracks. Maybe there's a control panel nearby.
Hold on, let's just check the box. Field boost. Give it that. Thing is, I barely use the field. Oh, rough day, huh? Work chat. Heath. Guess who had to just inspect the delivery of like 100 teensy tiny little boxes? Me. That's who. And you know what was inside each one? A single human tooth. Flipping gross. Increase the damage, perhaps. Could be nice. So it is increasing it by 50%, effectively. Now, that'll have a real kick to it if anyone gets that close. Or if we let anyone get that close more realistically. Took it out of us. Okay, very pleased we added that modifier to that weapon. That made things a little bit quicker. Given our health situation, I'm very pleased it did. Alright. Still got the same no brand. What's that? Hot and spicy. I don't know. Crackers, trail mix, tacos, potato chips, pretzels, more crackers, protein, fibers, protein. No chocolates though. Guess that's not allowed. I guess one question is, out of those ones, which would you order? Possibly protein. Sometimes they don't taste too bad, but otherwise it would be potato chips. Or trail mix isn't too bad. Probably those three. It depends if it's got wheat in it. That affects things. Fail number N559F. What's the bet? That's a Bermuda Triangle situation. That's plugged in. Oh, there's the other one. Take a quick screeno shot. I'm gonna go upstairs, alright. Wrong button. Take these rocks with me though. There was one thing I remember about the town that I grew up in, Ordinary, and that was we never had enough gravel. Did it again. Up. Pretty cool gun. Well, so we had a pretty rough start to that encounter. I won't be putting forward fake news. Mirror and synchronicity. I'm going to do that now. Do I keep with the ordinary? Ah. Oh, got some lore at least. The first slide was a room with dirty wallpaper and dolls on the shelf. There were lots of dolls. Dylan faded. 2002. The house was empty. No one lived there. We played in there a lot. It was our secret playhouse. Jesse faded. I went to school with Neil. Some kids called him Nosebleed Neil. No, likely Neil Hosenberg missing. It was mean. He had asthma. Tom, most likely Tom Barlow and his gang, Frederick Bartwell, Hugo, no one by this name was found in public records, bullied him. We brought Neil to the dump to play. Unconfirmed existence of additional slide designation house. Oh, push the big red button. Nope. Always a good place to start, Jesse.
You're listening to America Overnight, celebrating 29 years.
Why listen to a podcast when you can watch a presentation?
Correlation with the yet unknowable forces intruding upon our world, in the form of altered world events. These forces gravitate toward archetypal objects, a gun, a television, a supposedly haunted house. So clearly humanity affects this process. Our collective unconscious is a map of sorts. We hold the key, but we don't know how to use it. We create these archetypes through everyday life, popular culture, urban legends, but we are observing and influencing a complicated system in action. We can change the likelihood of something being a receptacle for these forces just by thinking about it. But we haven't found a method to control the outcome. And yet, there's something unique in us, in our dreams, in the conceptual reality with power with our minds. What's the cause and what's the effect? Are we the starting point or just a necessary evil in this? A byproduct, a reflection, a projection? We'll struggle to find the answers to these hard questions. Or die trying.
I do like that concept of the reason that it's occurring in these, banal objects is because humanity is somehow influencing it. Jesse and me followed the dong monkeys to the cave. There was a lot of them. More of the kids from town had joined up. It was really scary. Jesse grabbed the projector and we ran as fast as we could. They chased us. I fell and hurt my knee. Jesse tried to help me, but the dung monkeys were coming. They were just about to get us, but then Neil showed up. Neil looked like a dog, like a melted dog, but I knew it was him. Neil said a lot of times he didn't like being a boy because Tom just beat him up. I think he liked being a dog. The projector wouldn't turn off, so we changed the slides to the hand. I heard her immediately. She promised to help. Jesse said we should call her Polaris because she was doing stars at school. Additional slide designation hand is verified and in Bureau possession. Unconfirmed existence of paranatural entity designation Dog Neil. Neil, what a dog. It does take on a very unfortunate connotation in Australia. That was pretty quick. Hey, it was a good choice to upgrade the shotgun, the Shadow. Stage 1B. The second slide we called the Meadow, but it was really just an empty lot with a bunch of weeds. There was a shack and a phone line. It smelled like flowers there. It was powerful, intoxicating. We had crazy dreams there. It must have been because of the smell. I didn't like it. Didn't like losing control. In the dreams, everything was melting, and then we'd come out and everything had melted around the projector. Neil was really into it. We found out that he'd been coming there more and more on his own, and then Tom beat the secret out of Neil and found the projector. He and his goons took it. Sorry. We thought Neil had got lost inside the meadow when Tom changed the slides, but that's not what happened. Unconfirmed slide. No. Check out what's behind the glass doors.
See what they have on Ordinary. It's all here. Our home, our school, the woods, the dump.
This must be the tip. It kicked off here, and that's stage 1. Stage 4. Stage 4 affects the entire town, effectively. Or as much as going here. Alright, let's dance. Because I rubbed up against that guy. Named enemies present a tougher challenge, but yield better results. Thanks, game. I had noticed I died as well. I mean, this is a pretty... I don't really talk much about the AWEs, but this is a pretty big one.
reactor in the dump outside town. Did they recreate that too? Is that where they keep it?
Ordinary dump site. Guess we're about to find out.
You mentioned a poem last time we talked. By Thomas Zane?
Yes.
Oh yeah, more Alan Wake reference.
Beyond the shadow you settle for, there's a miracle illuminated.
I looked the poem up. Only I couldn't find any poet by that name. I did find a European filmmaker who moved here in the 60s, named Thomas Zane.
What? I don't...
No matter. It suits you very well. The poem. How you see things. Maybe you wrote it yourself?
I didn't.
No matter. You've said a few times that you feel like there's a piece of you missing. Can we talk about that?
Okay. Yeah, it's this... I feel an emptiness, a yearning for something that I think I lost.
It's natural for you to feel that way. Your brother and your parents are dead.
No! No. Dylan's not dead. And that's not even it.
You're referring to the imaginary friend from your childhood?
Polaris. She's come back. After a long time, she's calling me. In a dream I saw, she showed me things.
Jesse.
It felt more real than anything. As real as what happened in Ordinary.
The industrial accident in your hometown? That you believe Polaris caused?
No, it wasn't an accident. There was no industrial accident, and Polaris didn't cause it. She saved me and Dylan.
Jesse...
No! It was a cover-up. The government knows about it. There were agents there. Agents from... I don't know exactly, but they took Dylan. I'll find them. I won't stop looking. Polaris wants me to go to New York. There's a building there. I have to leave soon. I have to be there at a very specific time. Something hugely important is going to happen.
Jesse, you know we can't let you go until you're well. And that begins by understanding what's real and what's imagined.
Well, I did turn up at exactly the right time. That's definitely that. Why do I... that... Nope, wrong button. They're clearly looking for the stuff from Ordinary Game. We're not... should be concerned about... Applied perfection.
They moved the whole landfill here in the middle of New York, and nobody saw a thing. Pretty unbelievable.
Wow. Really am not a huge fan of these flying fellas. Not in the slightest. Oh, well, that's one way to get away from it all. Running into the table, never.
We should check that lab.
Got a turn. Oh, he didn't even die, which is a huge plus for me. Time for some computer hacking.
Effective immediately. I'm setting up a new department. Dimensional research in the research sector. Transferring the slide projector there. That's where my focus will be now. The ordinary site remains as is. We'll be back to... I don't know when.
Darling took the projector to the research sector. He dedicated a whole area to it, so he knew it was important. Dimensional research. That's
And
where we
away
go
from
next.
frame when emergency lights are on. No, wrong button. Went to the G button. Go away. Let's go have a look at this altered item that they can out. More health or more energy? More energy it is, because we can't get more health. Ritual division. Let's go find out what this mirror is all about. Hopefully we don't get put in the lunatic asylum as a result. City lab. Cool entry. I do really like those title cards, they're very nice. I'm a sucker for a title card like that that takes up the whole screen. Oh, a little conversation pit for the meeting. Lovely, lovely.
Why'd they keep an altered item here?
The proposal is to determine the precise nature of the affected space within the altered item. Is it transplanar, psychologically generated, or rooted within our own dimension? How does the altered item know the space is in its vicinity well enough to reflect it? Why does it reflect some materials but not other? Is the space a parallel reality? If so, then we might need to consider that while we possess the physical end of the mirror, someone else owns the other. What purpose might they use it for? Can they walk through it into our world? What are their motives? Lastly, to what purpose does the altered item produce the reflections of individuals that enter it? Can these reflected entities leave the altered item? As with all altered items, we need to attempt to distinguish if this behavior is redacted. Refer to file 5-12-8251 for full report. Alright, so see if we can't find this spooky mirror. A lot of black rock. Wow, that's a really contained facility. Okay, hope we know what we're doing. AI-60? I reckon that's what it is. AI-60, the mirror, does not reflect its surroundings with perfect accuracy. The environment seen in its glass contains slight distinction. It is unknown why the mirror does this. If there is any redacted, then it is something we can't perceive. The popular theory is that the mirror has a goal in mind, that it reflects the world it wishes were real, subtly replacing our reality with its own. While certainly far-fetched, the theory is worth noting here as a warning not to underestimate the mirror. The specifically designed black rock panels have been installed to prevent access from our side or the mirrors. For additional security, a particular arrangement of panes is required to open the door. Per 9-15-7-4-1-2. Okay, so opening them all up is probably not what we should be doing then, perhaps. Done that. Oh, what's all this now? Okay, well, sorry. So the one at the back is open. And the one at the front is open. On the right hand, stage right. Okay. I think I know what we're doing. Think. With that.
Looks like there's a mirror in there.
And the other way. Because it's showing us, in theory, what it wants. Which I imagine is to basically get out. Was this one? One was just one down? Yes, the one at the front now. Okay. Or am I overthinking this? Wait, hold on. One at the front isn't there.
What do these shutters do?
Go like that. That should be up. That should be up. I think.
The shutters in the image look different.
We don't. Down. Down. The last one up. Maybe do the opposite. Maybe we're being too smart by halves.
Weird way to lock something up.
I'm not in the mirror. Oh, I am now. Yeah, I'm properly in the mirror now.
Wait, that didn't sound right. Yeah, that's not good.
It's a backwards mirrored universe. Door is on the other side. Yeah, mirrored. Did it. Yep, posted backwards. Those are computer springs. Clever boys and girls. At Remedy. Good. Hopefully we can just let the hiss in. That would be real unpoggers of us. Sorry about the lights, guys.
Did you see that? Someone's in there.
Oh, yes. Who? Can't leave. Hey. That's how we... Alright. Something there. Sorry about the lights again, guys. Alright, he'll go back down. It's curious that the mirrored cameras don't have a blue light instead of a red light. Let's try that one. So thick at 6512. Nothing on the bottom. Okay, I can probably go and find. Oh, the whole thing. Like, if it was that, it would be that. That's not.
Hier nog steeds ergens neer, terug naar Absoluut. Er kan nog maar zich aan lucht. Ik ben niet zo laat hier. Ik ben straks van het hier. Hier nog steeds
I think it'd have to be that one, right? But apparently not. This seems to be the only thing I can operate. What about that one? Yeah, I can't do anything about that currently, sorry. Doesn't do anything either, because you can't get just half of the top section. Why am I doing it back? Do that. Be like that. What happens if we just go back through? Nothing. Huh. Oh. Something broken. Oh, in. Ah, it's us? Shadow Satan?
That's not good.
Nope. A little bit of crawling chat, not gonna lie. There's someone down here. Go the other one up. TV. There's Jaeger Satan? Shadow Satan? Shadow Jesse?
Hello, clear. Yes.
very good at working through very tough glass. Maybe in this universe. Oh, maybe in this universe I was the one taken by the Bureau. Quick, get that health. Ah, so close. What's that a? Oh, cool, we're all the way back here. Red light coming through is very reassuring. Ow. Dang, that went really badly that time. Sorry, man. I tried to jump through and that's obviously not a good idea. Catching an ordnance definitely seems to be a good idea.
Another one?
I would like you to die, Shadow Jesse. Ah, no, that was the real Jesse that died. I specifically requested the other one die. Thank you, stay healthy, bot. I'm doing my best, but I'll be honest, getting a little bit stressed about this last one. Hey Jesse, it's me, you girl, I'm back. Health, energy, recovery. Wondering if there's something I could maybe change or use. I don't think so. I think we've kind of got the best. Oh yeah.
Nothing but a pale imitation.
I don't think I should take a shit of the face like that. Hey, you stay back a little bit. I've got a little bit more health. I'd love to see a video of someone running all of that stuff, like the auto back and stuff. But also like the researcher downstairs that was actually running that through like a reverse translation. Oh, reversing it. See what it actually says. What are we stuck on? Why are we always stuck here? Hopefully that counts. Hopefully that counts. We got the achievement. You didn't say it, but we did get the achievement. Yeah, we did. And it does, one more point.
Well, it's cleansed now. The hiss is gone. It's dealt with.
I can freely travel between it. Oh, that's why it's so blue. It's the hiss of blue probably over there. Should upgrade the shield so we can do that. That was very neat that he could do that to us. Keep an eye on the old currency. That was a quick but brutal encounter. That's through gift studies. Then pass through the HRA lab. Up.
What do you make of these hiss? How can you make heads or tails of its notes? It's all random numbers and symbols to me.
We need to go over there going. Okay, build is useful. Use it more often. Not going anywhere. There we go. But we're going to save that for another time. It is quite late. It is midnight. Currently Saturday. Everyone say hello to Saturday. Your Saturday plans. I'm sure we all have. Because they're here. That time is now. Let us see who to raid. Thank you very much for joining me. Those who did, for no matter how long. Yeah. Let us raid into... let's raid Cypher or Nutty? Nutty's just starting. Raid into... Alright. Well, I know what I'm doing today when I wake up. I'm trying to figure out what went wrong with Forza Horizon. We're going to try and fix that, and we're going to, assuming I fix that, going to have a look at that in about 18 hours or so. Well, 20 hours. Do that tomorrow night instead of tonight. Thank you for bearing with me during this schedule change and all. I hope you have a wonderful Saturday, and I will see you all then. All right, let's say hi to Nutty.